Hello, welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write a desktop automation tool called Automat. This is how it looks like. For the past weeks, we are adding an ability to recognize windows on Windows. We had this ability on Linux for a little while, and now we are adding the ability to capture the windows and to recognize text on those windows. So once I select a section here of text that I want to recognize, I can run this, and there we go. A piece of text. It's not perfect, but it's good enough to drive game automation. The point of this environment is to assist players in highly repetitive gameplay loops. Things that are very simple and could be automated if the game allowed it. Now this is designed for situations where games don't allow automation. This is so-called adversarial interoperability. So you can attach to other windows and send key events even if the window is not really interested in being automated. And right now we are working on this object here. This is a Tesseract. It's an OCR system that can... OCR means optical character recognition, so it recognizes text. Today we'd like to make it more interesting. And there are a couple of things that I'd like to improve. Let's push this out. Recognize, for example, this text. So there is this default image thingy. So when I create a new Tesseract OCR, you can see that this image in debug, it's not very... It's kind of distracting. Like when you look at it, the attention is immediately drawn to this big black section. What does this mean? You know, no clue. So the goal for today is to find a better image for the back plate. Then this object also has a rather complex shape which is not really captured in code right now. So we can see that this shape, for example, crosses the eye and also crosses the stone border, which is not good. We don't want that. So we will map this shape more precisely. Then we want to eliminate this cable. This cable should actually be gone. So the reason is that this eye here, this eye should be looking at the object which is being recognized by the Tesseract. So when the eye is looking at this object, you know that this is the object that we are reading. And as you're moving this Tesseract object left and right, it may be able to reconnect, to attach to a different... For example, let's connect it here to a different window, and this eye should indicate which window we are attached to. Lastly, this cube in the middle, we also want to change the style of this cube a little bit. It doesn't fit the aesthetics. That's the problem. I'd like it to be not rubbery, because this is like plasticky rubbery box. Not what I want. And we will do this using Flux. I keep saying stable diffusion, but we are actually using Flux, a slightly different model. Anyway, AI generated images. Yeah, and also some small fixes, like clearing the background. when this disconnects. Okay, this is actually a good moment to test this reconnecting, automatic reconnecting of this image connection. It's going to be nice. So let's start with that. I will close Automat nicely by clicking the X button. This makes it save its state. So now when I open cursor, is it closing? Come on, close. We have to fix some bugs when Automat is closing. They are not critical, I mean they are not breaking anything, they just produce a nice, like a bad experience. Because the Automat doesn't seem to close properly. Okay, and it seems we did save the state properly. I will... Maybe I will reconnect this to Automat itself. It'll be fine. Okay, I know why it was closing so slowly. It's because we have one of the objects which keeps rescheduling itself. Not a big problem. So we have this thing here called image argument. I want to use agents more, so maybe I can ask agents to do this. Arguments. Let's add maybe object sources. Why not? maybe base. It contains definitions of machine. Actually, I can probably just remove this. This should cause the cable to disappear, because we only show cables for general purpose connections that can connect to arbitrary object. So the cable has disappeared. Let's also add argument. Okay, so we have connection added. We should probably also have connection removed. Stop observing updates. Okay, this to-do doesn't make sense because the way we implemented nearby connections is that they're always explicit. So we have this auto-connect radius. I mean, it's usually faster to kind of do this myself than to explain this to agents. I wish there was a way to tell agent to get a very deep understanding of the source code before doing any changes. Okay, we even have some radar showing the connection. Funny. Okay, it's funny, this connection should probably start maybe in the center of the eye. Let's do this. And in which direction it is looking? I would say it's looking straight up. Let's try again, and now the eye should be the center of the radar. The way we draw the connection is totally broken because we don't have cases handled for all types connections. Okay, what properties can I specify here? There is style. I can say style is invisible. Because for this connection, I am going to use the eye as an indicator where we are connected. Okay, so now as I move this around, it connects to different objects. Let's take a look at its override here. want to see if the connection is being properly removed when I move the object outside of the range. It's nice, it seems like we had all of the code to make it work already in place. I don't like the fact that there's nothing logged here. Let's make those virtual. Okay, I don't like that picking the object up causes the connection to be removed and added. This is not good. Yeah, I don't want that. Then, as I move the object out, yeah, the connection is removed actually. So now, I want to change the tick function. Forget about that. Work. I want to change the tick function so that okay. We are finding an image and setting the source image to the image that we find. Let's initialize this. I like closing code in those blocks. Yes, update aspect ratio. This is actually interesting. When I leave this zone,
as Boibs Butterman says.
Hey, hello.
Hello.
Agent Tesseract says.
Hi.
Hey.
What are you doing?
Do you know AutoHotkey? AutoHotkey, or there are other apps like that. So if you know this is like a scripting program for doing macros, for automating games. We're doing kind of the same, but using visual objects. So I can create.
As Boibs Butterman says.
Does that apply to our games?
Yeah. Some games are using all sorts of protections to make it harder to do scripting. Usually for good reasons. Usually those are competitive games. But in general, yeah. So I can create a macro that will wait 10 seconds, will press a mouse button, will wait 2 seconds, and will release the mouse button. Yeah, so now it's holding the mouse button, and now it released it. And it will run in a loop until I stop it. So we have a bunch of objects like that can do those things. We even have macro recorder that can record sequences of keystrokes. I can play it back and it will press this sequence again. And I can reconnect this stuff. So I could, I don't know why would I do that, but I could, for example, like reconnect it to the mouse button. So now it's going to press the mouse button. It's an environment with a bunch of objects for automating games. And right now, we are working on window capture. So we have those objects here that can capture windows. I can, I don't know, connect it to this website, run it. And this object here, this is a library known as Tesseract OCR. It can actually recognize text. So it can find text within the window relatively fast, actually.
Agent Side says.
Wow, something cool.
Has Boipsbutterman says.
See, it has a visualization. That's the first time I seen that.
Yeah,
Agent Thunders
Hey.
followed on Twitch.
thanks for the follow. This is this follows an idea which is very old actually in games. There are games like, I think, Widget Workshop. I think this is the oldest game that I know that works like that. Workshop. But the idea here was very similar, that you just drop a bunch of virtual devices that do stuff together. This game had so many cool features, like for example, the scripting mechanism in this game, like levels, like when it has a campaign that you have to play through. Each level is actually a machine built of those objects, where some of the objects are just frozen, you cannot touch them, and you have to solve the level by adding your objects on top of that. So yeah, it has a lot of cool ideas, and I think as we add more stuff here, it will be able to do cool stuff. I mean, it already can do some cool stuff, like we have this deck of cards, which is, it's kind of tricky to use, but it's one of my favorite objects because it exposes assembly. So I can use those objects to kind of invoke very low-level machine code, which is super performant. And those assembly cards, they can actually drive the execution. So I can have some jumps, for instance. Jump. For example, if two values are equal, then we can jump somewhere. No. Here, and otherwise, I know, here. So it's growing, slowly but surely. And right now I'm working on this eye, because I want this eye to move towards the object which is currently being connected. So when I move this Tesseract OCR across two objects, it always connects to the closest one. This eye is like the origin, and it just looks around and connects here or here. I want to make this eye move, and I want this eye to disconnect, but this disconnection doesn't quite work. Yeah, there are plenty of bugs to be fixed. Yeah. Okay, so this is what we are doing right now. Yeah, and the basic functions of this program, they kind of do work. So if you want to try this out, you can just, a word of warning that it's very, alpha quality. There should be a link to GitHub or to its website somewhere on the stream, I think. Yeah, automatically find the nearest image. I will drag this. So from what I see, when I let the animation stabilize, I give it a moment, and then when I pull it out, this is when it doesn't update. Okay, I know where the issue is. Schedule local update, yes. Oh, it should be slightly less buggy. So, like killing one ant in an anthill. Eventually it's going to be free of bugs, but it's a long road. Okay, I can move between those two. When I move too far away, yeah, it disconnects. I see more bugs. For instance, when this Tesseract is very close. Okay, so bug number one. Start fixing them. So this is done. So this is the first issue, and the second issue is that when I'm picking an object which is far away, for some reason it wants to connect.
Agent Xine says.
Is this your AJC?
Actually, no, I don't know why I picked HH. I should change this. This should be something like HPP. I don't know, I think I've seen some code base somewhere on GitHub that was using HH. And I felt, hey, this is pretty symmetric with CC, so I started using HH. A CLang recognizes this as C++. So this seems to be some convention, but I don't know how this convention is called and who really uses it. I just saw it somewhere. Yeah, CPP and HPP would probably be better here. Okay, and actually those bugs, they could be fixed by agent. So yes, this is excellent actually. It's an excellent job for an agent. In terms of context, argument HH, argument CC, base HH, drag action, HH CC, HH, CC. we have some context. It's good to fill it so that the agent knows what to do. I really dislike when the agent just fumbles around because he doesn't know the APIs. It should understand what I mean, right? And I think... Okay, this should work fine. I also have some other subscriptions. I have Cloud Code, and Cloud Code has larger context, it has a better model, and I taught it recently to capture images. So Cloud Code works slightly better with Automat, but we are on Windows and it doesn't work on Windows. So I will use Cursor at the moment. Did I submit? Yes, I did. The worst thing that can happen is that I have some valuable changes and the agent is going to mess them up. Okay. So what is it doing? Okay. Actually, the design is pretty nice. We have this idempotent function, which can be probably called at any point, which will re-establish all connections as necessary. Where do we call this? Okay, so as I am dragging a location, if the position of the direct object kind of moved, this is animation related code. So if the position of the object moved, we are going through every... Oh, it's actually running Automat. Let's see if this works now. Okay, it actually broke something. So we can still reconnect, but we do not disconnect anymore. Okay, Okay, this change is actually too tricky for an agent, so... yeah, reject. For the current object, we are going through every connection, every argument that has autoconnect radius. We are finding the start position. Hold target. Finding all potential connection points of this target object. Transforming them to machine coordinates. Okay, I guess here I'm trying to find the closest point we can connect to. So usually these connection positions will return just one point. I will implement something better eventually. And this is the same, we are just picking the closest. Point to which we can connect. Okay, we are deleting or creating a connection. I think one of the bugs could be hidden here. Okay. Picking an object causes this. No new target. New target should definitely be found. Okay, this nearby candidates isn't returning any nearby candidates. This is the issue. Okay, so when I construct this drag location action, I am calling update, which with a very complex chain of calls, eventually reaches here, where I'm checking if the object is currently held with the mouse, but this pointer hasn't been yet initialized here. That's why I like message queues. If all the code was based on message queues instead of stack, this would work fine. Okay, so I need to check differently if current object is part of drag action. Okay, I can check if the parent is a drag location widget. This is another way to do it. Okay, I don't think I need to do this check, because if parent is a drag location widget, then we are guaranteed we are here. Oh, I want to skip the current location. Okay, that makes sense. I think I messed up. Let's go back.
Beth Dandelion says.
Hello, John Wick.Pat.
Hey. Okay, so we are looking around, but instead of just checking parent machine, parent is not always... So, parent machine, each object is attached somewhere. When they are on the canvas is just called machine. I should probably call it canvas.
Tell me something that is true, that very few people agree with you on, Don.
Well, I think that visual programming languages are faster, could be faster to work with than text-based ones. I would say that very few programmers would agree with that. Okay, this is a problem. When this action is constructed, still not attached the pointer. Maybe that could solve it. If here I could say pointer actions No, I cannot do this. I know what we'll do. Actions will just be registered in some global array. Yeah, this will be just a regular pointer, because each action... Actually, no. I think actions should be part of the root widget. Oh, there is no action CC.
You have written C++. I think you should write instead, C you created a tag, but when people are searching for a community, they will not be able to find our Steam.
Let me take a look. I think I was actually looking at some tag. Yeah. If we look for tags, there is this C++, and there is this.
Yes.
I think Twitch may be removing plus plus, because for some reason there is nothing here. I mean, there aren't many C++ streams. C is probably more popular. Apparently it's not. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't worry.
I found you when I searched D for Python Edu.
Yeah. So we are doing some Python, just not today. Like, one thing I am really looking forward to is the... So the biggest advantage of Python is that it can be easily embedded, right? It's embedding Python interpreter here, so that instead of using assembly to write scripts, the scripts, it will be possible to write them in Python. That will be like orders of magnitude easier for anybody who knows Python. Okay, and we need a destructor. It's not going to be the default anymore.
Python library are good, but for data interpretation, you still need to go some coding to get desired results. This is current problem I am facing.
Yeah. And this is why again, like speaking of controversial opinions, I think assembler is actually possibly like the simplest thing that somebody could use to program computers. It's just this whole environment of tools around assembler is so stuck in the 80s or 70s that it just haven't moved for the last 50 years. So the way you write assembly typically is just, writing a sequence of mnemonics. But it doesn't have to be, that complex. Like, literally assembly is, like, conceptually, it's the simplest thing you can have. It's just a sequence of very simple commands, like set a register to some value or some text. Now, we can compare, for example, with ABCD. Things are glitching. I don't know why. They just are. Yeah, and creating a sequence of steps like that, it's like playing a card game, literally. It's like playing Magic the Gathering. Jump. Do stuff. Yeah, but it's kind of verbose. Like, even simple actions require many cards stacked on top of each other. But the advantage of assembler is that somebody who doesn't know computers almost at all, somebody who can just read, very short descriptions, can write programs in assembly, and they are just absurdly fast. The performance of those programs, this is something that even with C, it's often hard to achieve. Even if, adult programming languages are really not competitive even with assembly. We are not going to use erase.
Death Dandelion just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. So removing stuff from the vector. C++ really likes to use this ordered version, because vector is a continuous sequence of objects. C++ will just remove one of the objects and copy all of the others in its place. Which is slow, but this is because of this copy. And there is a better way to do it, where we just move one element. We don't even need to do this swap. We could do this. Okay, now it should be easier for us to iterate over all actions, because like, it even fixes more bugs, like the stuff that we've just done. Because we can attach actions to keyboard keys, and if an object is dragged with a keyboard key, now we will also cover that one. No idea. Why it's highlighted. Expects an L value. Okay.
One thought I was thinking is why can't all the code bases should be turned to assembly so everything becomes light super fast with the help of AI LMs like Claude Code.
I was actually doing some work on code generation with LLMs, and for LLMs, assembly is actually not that easy. They The language that I found that LLMs like the most is Python. So Python is the language where they make the least mistakes and where the program works out of the box, like the nicest. This is slightly surprising because in C and C++ you have more redundancy. In statically typed languages you have those type annotations all over the place. But yeah, there's probably not that much assembly code to teach those. I mean, there's not that much manually written high quality assembly code so that the models can learn from it. The assembly code that you will usually find if you decompile a binary it's what compilers generate. It's very regular. It's dominated by preambles and epilogues and all of the accounting boilerplate, and has very little actually, let's say, modeling the problem as a bunch of structs and functions. The meat of problem solving is very rarely written nowadays by people, usually compilers that write it. Okay, it still doesn't quite work. Okay, so it said looking for nearby candidates. Okay, I know why it didn't work now. It's because we didn't fix this section yet. Okay.
Batista Bomb Boost followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Connection removed. But this has to be a different case, because we are not logging this new target found. Okay, we can do it differently.
Batista Bomb says,
You look like Johnny Depp.
Let's say I keep hearing this more than usual today. I should put on a suit for a smoking. Okay, how do this pointer situation look like? So pointer widget, there is something called pointer widget. Okay, this is doable, this is doable.
Death Dandelion says,
The internet shut down that happened last week. Do you think more of such are a common cause of the code written by humans with help of AI.org?
I mean, there will definitely be more, but there is this tradition within, I think, within every major tech company of writing postmortems. So whenever an event like that happens, there is always a write-up, often done by the people who are responsible or like who have been very close to the disaster recovery. And they always have to recommend countermeasures, and not just one, usually multiple of them, and they have to be fully automated. So if this happened once, they will probably over the next quarters come up with some automated systems to prevent similar outages from happening in the future. And it's, you know, when those outages happen, there is probably a rate at which new bugs are being introduced into the code base, but I think it's slowing down over time. I think most of the bugs have been introduced not at the very start, but very shortly after the code base is created, and then it probably slows down as its finished products don't usually need any more changes. And fixing the bugs, it probably removes the bugs from this pool of all unknown bugs at some rate. So it's an asymptotic process, but eventually, you know, there will be no more bugs. Or at least all bugs that can happen will happen. There may still be some theoretical bugs, but I think the process is sound. Eventually it's going to eliminate all issues. This tradition of writing postmortems and fixing bugs in multiple orthogonal ways. So for instance, this situation that happened, I think it was some bad configuration push or binary push at Google. It's probably binary push. Configuration pushes are very fast to recover. I think I read something about this. I think they just didn't push in a staged fashion. I think they skipped this staged rollout where they roll out first to 1%, then 2%, and progressively increase the ratio. I think the solution there, because this progressive rollout is already part of the standard procedure at Google, I think they will just improve the detection of those issues. Because somehow it still sneaked through this sudden change. Okay, this is not connected with the machine in any way. Okay, that should fix it. Okay, still doesn't work.
Any link to our PhD work paper?
Give me a sec.
Says URL.
You can copy this if you go to liveautomat.org. There is a chat here. I thought I kept this on my website, but apparently I don't. Anyway. Still an issue. Okay, now it's connected. I will pick this up. Looking for nearby candidates. No new target.
Death Dandelion says,
Live Automate org.
Without E. Yeah, I don't want to rely too much on either Twitch or YouTube or any other platform, because they tend to, once you start relying on them, they tend to degrade in quality if they realize that many people depend on them and they can charge money, for example, for stuff. So I have my own kind of aggregator which connects to Twitch, YouTube, and Discord. And it's connected to TTS and all of the other things. It's like custom chat server for this live stream exclusively. I should probably do two-string metric. Okay, this is a very wrong position. something very strange. I think.
Some steamers uses Linktree for the stuff.
Yeah. I'm also thinking about this. It's annoying to update all of the stream pages across all of the platforms. Linktree is a nice idea, actually. The thing is, there is something that fixes only when I start moving the mouse. I think the update may be called too late.
Zephyr Book says,
Hey, Knight. See, this is interesting. So when I grab it, this, it resets, but the first update also doesn't change anything. Interesting.
Discord username change testing with font.
I'm using the global username right now. I might add this to the roadmap, by the way. Okay, there's an issue with the chain of parents. Pointer widget is missing. Okay, this has a chance of fixing it finally. Ooh. I think one of the objects no longer causes issues. It's just the distant object, which still pushes itself. So what is happening here? We are getting an update, and then connection removed, connection added. This is the situation where it's time for a debugger. Took a while. Sweet. Well, now, unfortunately in cursor debugger doesn't work, so I have to use VS Code for that. They are almost indistinguishable. I am going to temporarily disable this breakpoint. It should come up in a second. Ooh. So I am adding some windows in this one. And one more window. Okay, now I can activate the breakpoint. Let's see, why are we removing this connection? I'm just interested in stack trace. Okay, there is destructor, standard, auto connect args. Okay, so we have two blocks of very similar code here. Okay, we have this. Okay, that tracks. That makes sense, absolutely. there is something that should have stopped it. Okay, that should fix it, I think. Problem is that when I'm moving away, it doesn't switch to the other one. And that makes sense because I haven't thought of that. It's not bad, actually. I will keep it like that. Okay, time to remove the logging statements and it's gonna go in. Now there's an invisible connection between those two objects. And the things that we fixed will actually also help with macro recorder, because macro recorder also is using auto connect feature. So now when we have a couple timelines, let's drop some timelines. The macro recorder will now select the closest one better. I mean, it doesn't drop the connection yet. And I think I'm using the length of the path rather than... Or maybe I'm using straight distance. Not sure. Okay, a default image. Close VS Code, time for Krita. And maybe time to grab some lunch, so... Yeah, I will do a short break. Okay, so see you in a couple of minutes. Okay. Faster than expected. We can resume. We are changing the background. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I think we did regenerate a couple. So, let's see. So I have flattened this image and I will try to add a depth control layer. So a control layer should force the generated image to follow the same depth, basically. So the lines, especially those here, they should be where they are right now. Yeah, let's generate a couple images and see how they look. Here, there were a couple really nice ones, like this one. It's amazing. I want hieroglyphs. That's the part of the style I want to have. Very interesting. So I did change the prompt. Now the prompt is very short. This is not good. The prompt should generally be fairly... The prompt should generally be fairly long, because I think it makes flags generate nicer images. Let's try generating maybe fewer, 4. It is generating images with crazy high contrast. That's not good. And I don't want this back wall to be so colorful. Maybe I can do patch. Get rid of this.
Death Dandelion says,
Automat is such a good idea. I was watching a YouTube video. Similar to this, one of my client requested me to build an AI agent which can interact with WhatsApp fetching data from the database.
Yeah, it's like... I think the idea is fairly obvious. I mean, there have been many games like that already. It's just...
Why Automat is restricted to game?
It's not, you know, it can do other stuff. Games are just... I think games are... First of all, this is something that I typically do even without Automat. Like when I play a game and it's repetitive, I tend to write a macro. And I think writing those macros is kind of a game in itself. It actually makes the original game more interesting. And there are plenty of types of games that I like to automate. Logic games are especially interesting. Macros, I very rarely actually do macros. I typically automate complex logic games, the ones where you have to create some kind of model of the game state and search through this state of possible, you know, movements in the game to find like optimal solution. So this is kind of what I would like to do with Automat. So, and it's something that nobody made a tool for, so there are no really any good tools for doing game automation out there. There is the AutoHotkey, which is a great tool. It does its job, but it's not fun to use. It's not something that, I mean, it is a little bit fun to use, but it's not as nice as, for example, automating a game with Python, because then it's like solving a riddle. It's like another logic game to solve another game. And there is nobody that does this, so there it is. There is why Automat does it.
Currently, tools are lacking which can integrate apps locally. Can I build some advanced Automat so that I can locally integrate data?
Yeah, absolutely. So there is an article about Automat that I'm working on right now. I can show you the link. You can scan through it and tell me what you think. Let me just show it from a different machine. So in this article I explained a little bit more why games are interesting. There is also this aspect of having a complexity gradient. There are some games which are super easy. You just have to autoclickers essentially. You have to repeatedly click on them and there it is, you can play a game. And some games require complex strategizing. And between them, there is a lot of kind of in-between steps. So it's a really nice environment for kind of progressively improving this automation environment. Eventually, yeah, it's going to evolve into something more capable. So, yeah.
SURL.
The idea is not to just play games, but games are, I think, a very good first step. They are a very good model of real-world problems. That's the point of games, right? They are fairly realistic. They involve practical, like real
Death Dandelion
skills.
says,
Have you tried Claude Model Context Protocol? It works on similar line.
I will look at this, yeah.
Automat uses NPU on local system, or it relies on GPU.
It can use, it's using GPU already pretty a lot, and it could use NPU as well, yeah. It could embed, so there is TensorFlow, right? The library behind PyTorch, the one which actually makes it fast. So TensorFlow is a C++ library and it can be embedded, so it would be really nice to actually put some agents within Automat. Okay, backwall is terrible now. But let's see if we can generate anything out of it. Software is, I think, bad. Depth, reduce depth. Yeah. Okay, stop. I think Flux doesn't have any hieroglyphs in its training dataset, or at least it doesn't have any ancient sandstone rooms. Actually, this one looks interesting. I'm saving this one. Nothing source images in assets. P.
Which AI generator are you using?
So recently, I mean model. Model is... I would say model makes the biggest difference. I'm using this Cloud Sonnet and just 2 requests, what? I thought I had more. Anyway. So I'm using Cloud Sonnet the most, and as an editor, I typically do this in Cursor, but Cursor recently they changed the subscription rules, so it's probably not the best one anymore. I've seen that people are saying good things about Claude Code. It's a terminal-based AI. I tried it. It was fine. It's actually very good, this Claude Code. It's even able to take screenshots of Automat once it starts it and look at those screenshots and recognize what's going on. Yeah, I am disabling this thing. 50% refine.
Claude code on terminal is better. The code that Cursor made sucks. I copy-pasted to Claude. It solved the shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. This stuff is actually pretty nice. One downside of AI image generation is that it very quickly gets hot in the room. Like having a 500 watt heater next to me. Those clouds are interesting. It looks like ice.
You can rent an 100 online to generate.
I don't like renting, stuff. I even have this local devstral set up so that I can ask it to do edits for me. This looks cool. I don't like this stone part. Can we eliminate this stone? This is the best so far. Box. I think it's good. I will maybe do one more iteration of refining. Hopefully I will remove some of those stone edges. I don't want any text in the back. I think this is better. Actually, yeah, this new. Crashes. Okay. Now, I would like to get a better style for... So, background is done. Nicer default image finished. Instead of having this orange cage, I want to change the material of this cage. Yeah, that's what I want to do. And probably the way to do it is to make a screenshot. From clipboard, yeah. I am going to select this and tell it to say this inner queue is made of energy. Yeah. Maybe I will lower the strength. I can actually use textures on the cables. I just remembered. I could make them look like they are made of rope, even. Okay, they could be slightly darker, not much. Kind of like this style, where it's bright orange. I think the further we go, the worse they are. Say at 85 they were most interesting.
Which GPU are currently using?
Hey, you're on Twitch, so below the stream, in the info boxes, I've put some specs. But it's 4090, it's NVIDIA 4090. This is kind of cool. And this. Okay, more. Okay, I think my color inner back. Okay, doesn't matter. Actually, it feels pretty good now. Yeah. Actually, I think that eventually this Tesseract is not going to have any inner cube. It's just going to be a big cube. I think we should have a separate object that's only going to be responsible for cropping bitmaps. So I will be able to do this. Okay, I think I will just keep this. I was hoping there will be some crazy, image like that and we could copy it over.
One thing was thinking about Automat, is that if my game has been played by an AI agent, how do I suppose to utilize my time in this damn hard life to get my beast?
Yeah, for me it's kind of like cheating has this effect that even if I'm really into some game, the moment I start running some cheats, it immediately stops being interesting in the game. So there is this problem of just messing good games like that. But if you like the game and you don't like to automate it, then why? There's no need to do it then. Okay, I would say this is okay. Let's do the eye movement. It's 2 p.m. I have still 1.5 hours to do this stream, so I am going to keep Krita open. It could be useful, because now we need to split this eye into layers. Let's go for Automat. Images, OCR. So I'm going to select this section maybe and try to fill it. I'm not sure what I should put in the prompt. I just wanted to fill it reasonably. Okay, I would say this is the... Okay, it's not the best.
Will Automat be able to play all the games in existence?
I hope so. It's kind of like with... If we put AI, right, into Automat, like an agent, it's just another interface to interact with PC. There is nothing really crazy about it.
One use case I can think of is of farming games like Clash of Clans, where you constantly need to do build stuff in order to reach higher level.
Oh yeah, yeah. So we don't have the reflection now. I like this reflection, I will keep it. I will just do it on a separate layer. Okay, now is the hard part. So I need to I messed it up immediately. Can I do this maybe? So we have our iris. Should be something like select opaque, yeah. Let's try to fill this region. I just want the AI to populate this space here without doing any iris. I don't think it's going to be possible. Doesn't quite work. Let's grow it by like 10 pixels. Again.
But game company like Steam Epic Games are gonna ban such thing, which automate the thing.
I'm not sure. Even if they ban it, it's not a big issue. Okay, we are getting somewhere. This one is looking decent. Let's generate a couple more images. If Steam is going to ban this, I don't think they are banning tools for... I mean, yes, it is kind of tool for cheating, but they are mostly interested in multiplayer games. Like, you shouldn't cheat in multiplayer games when there is competition between multiple players. And I'm really not interested in that. Not particularly. Okay, that was the best one so far. So let's go with this one. Let's try to fill it again. We are going to slowly shrink this eye until it disappears. We can reintroduce the iris at any point. Perfect.
Wanting in a T8 says,
I see that you are using Krita. Why not CS? Is there a big difference between them?
So Krita I can connect to my other machine and I can run Stable Diffusion on it. I'm not a good artist myself, so I use help from image generators. And Krita has a very good tool. This it's called Krita AI Diffusion. It's a plugin for Krita. it's very up to date. Like whenever there are some new models or new tricks, techniques published, usually within weeks, Krita has it. And it's getting more and more polished with time. Okay, it's hard to come up with something. Let's take this one. Okay, and I will continue removing this white spot. Okay, one more attempt. This one was actually usable. Oh yeah, this is the best one. It even has those scratches. I can remove the reflection using the touch tool. Move this. Actually no, I will keep this. So I want to break this image into separate layers where do one more thing. I will extract the shadow into yet another layer. This way I can change the blend mode to something like soft light and add more depth to this eye. I will see what blend modes do I have in Krita. Actually, this multiply mode isn't bad. I just need to select opaque and it's white. And this is actually very nice. Okay, so this is my new eye. So now when I restart Automat, we will see a completely blank eye at the top of OCR. Yeah, and we are going to add the iris in a second. I think the background should be completely white here. Okay, now we have our iris. Now we are going to have to play with clips. Yeah.
Death Dandelion says.
Can I currently use Automat to connect it to my database so that when I connect it to Claude McP server, I can get answers from my database? Can I currently use Automat as a middle layer which can interpret data in Google Sheets?
Not yet, not yet. I'm actually pretty far from that because this year I still want to focus on game automation. Only next year I'm going to start adding more programming-like features. So not yet, unfortunately. It was good now.
I am currently facing problems to link database as Claude McP server is not giving accurate information from the database as it lacks context understanding.
Yeah. Actually, for databases, I always thought that those models should be absolutely killing any database use case. Okay, this is my vector layer. Now, can I extract this as SVG path?
The problem is that even if they don't know something, they create new info out of nowhere, give wrong info.
I think databases should have... There should be even something like MCP for databases, right?
Yes.
I actually thought that something like NCP should be enough, because if the model knows the layout of the database and a couple sample rows...
Can you create something like that?
Claude probably could. I mean, I guess many of the MCP servers are actually written by Claude itself. Okay, so this is my shape. Let's put it somewhere here.
Last I used Automat CP server, which someone created on GitHub, I crashed after 2. That day it said it was unable to fetch the data.
Okay, and now we want to see where the eye is located currently. It may be very large actually. Kind of large. What is this? Some auto-completed code, but it's not bad. I'm going to keep it. Okay, now this eye shape is massive. I need to scale it down. It's best if I scale it here. It would be nice to have some vector drawing utilities within Automat. So, where is our eye? It's invisible, I see. Actually, maybe it's good right now. Who knows? It is actually almost perfect now. This is a slow, not very accurate. It's guaranteed to work eventually.
The thing you demonstrated in our video where you changed clock time in one stop, watch it got same reflected in other watch. I want to create something like that, but with mobile app, like when I say I am discussing that I will, but grocery in chat. In face it gets idea of it my list from notepad, get auto-filled in cart of shopping app.
Yeah, so this is... I think this is called reactive programming in general, this technique. Undo. Yeah. So if you look around for reactive programming, it's not crazy. You just set up a notification, and whenever a value changes, it sends a notification to other objects which are connected as observers. Okay, I think this path looks good now. I just want to translate it.
You use same for automatic reactive programming.
Okay, I think I know what's the issue. I need to flip it probably upside down. No, should be good. Almost. I think we should move in. X and maybe a little bit of Y. So once this contour of the eye is properly encoded, I will start using it to clip iris and yeah, to just draw this whole thing nicely. This iris is hiding too much, but we definitely have to move in X minus 0.1. So each step brings us exponentially closer. Hey, I think it's good. Time to use this as a clip. When I'm drawing the eye, I am going to draw everything except the inside. And then when I'm drawing iris, I'm also going to do this clip, this time like that. Okay. I need to move the path. Actually, yeah, do it like that. Okay, looks good. The iris is within the eye now. I would also like to fill this section with a color, with a white color. And it's not over, because now do this. So this will completely cover the... I will wrap it in blocks so I can see what's drawn together. So when I draw this overlay, right now I will completely cover the iris. I want to change the blending mode. Yeah, there is no trace of an iris. For example, this darken. So this should darken all of the white areas and make them properly like the white part of the eye. And it should also darken parts of the iris. It works. Now we can play with blend modes a little bit more. What modes do we have? Overlay. Let's try overlay. Nope. Color burn. Actually looks nice. It darkens the top part, but kind of too strong. Maybe soft light. Multiply, I can always use multiply. This will work. Or modulate. Actually, it looks nice. So this is a very slow way to draw an eye, and it looks the same as it used to look. But now we can move the iris around, and it's going to look nice. The clip creates a subtle line here. Okay, doesn't matter. I'm going to ignore this. Now we can move the eye to point towards the target position. This eye position inside tick, I am going to animate it. Maybe let's call this iris pose, because it's not quite eye position. I'm using a very simple translation right now, so there are no Z rotations here. Maybe we could have Z rotation. Be easy. Okay. Okay, why does it look like that? Lady spot. Yeah. I was dividing instead of multiplying. Okay, here it is. Actually, half a centimeter is pretty far away. This window capture is still has some issues. Okay, moving this object around, it should actually invalidate it. Let's see how assembler does this. Transform updated. when I'm finding this iris pros, I'm not going to multiply it by 2 millimeters here. I will say this is iris direction. Okay, now we can play trigonometry. I don't know, let's say 1 centimeter. I think more likely is half a centimeter. I've seen it's very, very small. So I think the next thing would be to scale it by the maximum. So this iris there is already normalized. So this will give us this will tell us how far the iris is from the center, and I'm using separate scaling for the vertical and horizontal distance. And I'm going to use the same trick I was using in the macro recorder, which is I'm going to stretch the iris a little bit in the direction of the movement. Yeah, so now it doesn't really leave the eye. Okay, if the pointer is moving, I'm going to keep waking the animation, because in the tick Okay, so if there is a pointer over the eye is going to follow the pointer. Not over the eye, but over the Tesseract. We actually crashed. And crash. I have no idea what could be causing the crash now. Okay, something in the tick function. Oh yeah, this. I naively assumed we'll always find an argument. We are not crashing anymore. Be right back. Terrible texture mapping. Okay, so we have an eye that follows the mouse. Just how do we make it nicer? I guess we have to animate it now. Oh, and I should stretch the eye so that it seems like there is a perspective, there is a depth. Let's do this very quickly. Maybe this translation should happen here? I'm not sure. I think this was fine before. Yeah. So this scaling affects everything which happens afterwards. So when I do this scale, this translation and this image draw, they are scaled. This is how it should work. It's just instead of picking the half, like always half, we will have slightly different scale here. Maybe I could actually steal the code from a macro recorder.
TP Chica says,
Hello.
Hey! We're just adding more ice into Automat. There's never enough ice.
Today I don't have cursed code to share.
You're writing some kind of chess solver, or what is that, by the way?
chess engine is end goal.
Okay, this iris target. The machine cards. There is some more advanced math here. This should roughly work. Of course, the Y coordinate is wrong for some reason. Okay, now we can bring back the squeeze, and actually the whole reason I stole code from macro recorder was to figure out this squeeze 3D. But this squeeze 3D there is some crazy trigonometry here. Okay, this googly looks like a vector from 0 to 1. For me, that would be Iris Deer. Okay, the last thing we can add would probably be some kind of animation here. Okay, it animates pretty nicely. Some of those things because it's a little bit too plastic. This eye is squeezing too much. Yeah, now it looks better. I could also make the eye follow the OCR process. Let's see. Should be easy. So if Now the eye looks down and then back up. Okay, just one small thing to finish and the OCR should be done. Maybe the bugs which cause crashes whenever an object is deleted. They are also slightly annoying. But those things we'll do next time. Yeah. I have to go, so next time we'll probably finish this. Or maybe I will finish this off screen, because this is super fast to fix. And we should start working on the next thing, and I think that was making the assembler work on Windows. Yeah. Assembler has plenty of issues that we should fix. So this is what we will be doing next time. So, see you on Wednesday. Bye bye.